Hello, chat. Also, thank you for the reset. And yes, Hydra, I finally fixed the automatic reset. Took a while to figure out why it wasn't working, but it turns out the event wasn't actually being distributed because there were no subscribers to the event. Oh yeah, it will. All right. What is up, chat? I've been so EP the past few days. Like I've hit an absolute like low of streaming duration. Missed last night's, but we're here tonight. Yeah, last night's was only an hour long. I was just so EP. I got hit with the turbo EP beam. Get some more rest. I mean, I just slept for I think 4 more hours. So about as good as I'm gonna get. Yeah, I've had 2 days in a row where the streams have only been like less than 2 hours, less than an hour and a half even. Um, so plan for today. We're gonna work on Coalescence again. Um, so here's the weird thing. I have frozen the feature list, but there are a few things that I want to improve in terms of UX. I need to unload this. Need to unload this add-on. And documentation could be better. So we're probably going to be writing a lot of documentation. Everybody's favorite part of development. It's just it's important because a program with no documentation on how to use it is just nothing. I can use AI for the documentation like with the other thing. No, look. To be fair, it was probably better than I could have done on my own. And, you know, If I were to try to hire a lawyer, I can't get a lawyer to piss me for, like, all of the money I own. So, I mean, hell, even a license review would cost me $510, and I don't got that kind of money. And studying relevant law for fucking, um, it'd probably take a couple months. Probably not worth it. To what now? Yeah. Heard what I said. I said what I meant. No, you didn't. Grim imagery. Grim imagery. But yeah. The fact of the matter is, like, I don't have the expertise to write something um that good, and I can't afford someone who does. And that will probably not change. Your cat has claimed you again? Damn. Claimed once more. Um, but yeah, today's gonna be mainly writing. Why is there an FL Studio directory here? Why is there an FL Studio directory here? Why is there an FL project? Ah, it's the two sounds. Mm, I don't need OBS script. I could actually probably just straight up delete OBS script from the folders. Not used anymore. OBS script was the precursor to the actual scripting system that it uses now, and it was it was far inferior. Like, it was not as good. The the power of Lua absolutely blows it out of the water. Okay, do you process any? No, but I am going to subscribe to Clipper dot save. Um, type of save clip, then we'll do try clip this. Oh, um, turn. Okay. Hello, can I have some permissions in the collab Discord? Thank. Sure, I'll give you answer. There you go. I'm sure absolutely nothing chaotic will happen because of this. Hey, Fox and Glocks. Writing documentation after I finish writing this event handler. I'm going to. All right. Um, I also have a script provider. I've been trying to catch you for days, but the J word has me floored. Damn, that's how they get you. Maybe one day. Maybe one day I'll have one too. There's a spider who has built a web directly in front of my camera. Why do you do this to me, spiders? I'm gonna have to say mean things to you. Don't hurt speeder friend. I don't know about that. If he keeps building shit in front of my cameras, because now it's gonna notify me like every 5 minutes in perpetuity. Be annoying. Maybe he knows I need a break. I only just started. It's only been 13 minutes. Incentive to the timeout corner. You're right. A little jar for the spider in timeout. Um, any of these code things. Why is this at oh, this is the default for it. Sad Mitzi is my sister and he's watching on my shoulder. Hello, Missy. I need another JavaScript file. Unfortunately, I have to use JavaScript. How do I prepend? Is there document.prepend child in JavaScript? Can't remember. Is document prepend? Okay. Um, well, it needs to be an element actually. Okay, it's available on element. Um, what am I making? Right now I am making documentation. of Coalescence. There's quite a bit to write. So right now I'm making a library to do some helper tasks. So one of the things that I want to do is there are often, like for OBS, there's a link to the developer index on the regular index because there's two different indexes. There's the generic user index, which explains how to use the user facing um parts of the system. This needs to be removed. um, the user facing parts of the system, and then there's the developer index, which includes information about messaging and the scripting language. It includes information about like how the messages work. I actually want to change messages to be a JSON file. That might be a little easier. I think it is for Twitch already. Um, the help information is like super messy. What the fuck? This isn't a JSON document. Huh? It's a JSON document. What happened here? Oh, I think I was going to process it to be a JSON document, and I didn't. Didn't I make a script on this page? Deconstruct messages? Yeah. Um, so opening this document should actually deconstruct the messages. I've documented too far, yes. I'm going even further beyond. Um, on messages.html didn't seem to do anything. Did we run into an error on the console? No. Um, we're gonna need to look at this code. If I just write JSON, all right, I think we have it here. Nice. Here we go. See, now we have a JSON doc. The problem is, um, in terms of like the scripting data, that actually can be like generated, but it can't be generated here. Like the scripting documentation can, since it's in a registry, we can generate this. I think we do actually. Oh yeah, this. Needs to be updated. There are far more buttons now. Actually, this isn't Twitch. This shouldn't even be here. Um, this. So we can remove the deconstruct messages. But we need to make a script to reconstruct them. Try this. So let's copy this here. Name it reconstruct messages. We will I think this is all in a div. Yeah. This they're pre-formatted for the JSON data written to. This should be in the message container. See, the thing that's gonna kinda suck is I have to build Coalescence to push these changes to documentation. So I can't run Coalescence today, even though I'm just changing the help files. Took a long time to finish. This might not be even in the copy. Great. My signing server's offline. Now, the plan is strange. Only the header of this one doesn't work. But yeah, what? That was the header of this. What? Why is the message name field not here? It's update? Um, I might need to check. Oh, progress. Okay. No, because progress is already here. Wait, this is a copy of an event. Need this. Okay. All right. We have an auto message container, which we will fill. What is the how do you wait for a promise in JavaScript? Think this works? Alright. Now what we want to do is if JSON is not undefined, then there no coalescing in JavaScript? To assume that that means that it is actually doing the lin thing I would need. So JSON isn't undefined, then let container equals document dot get element by ID auto message container, which I need to change to be an ID and not a class. For each or actually I in JSON what is the dot messages? The container here. This is one message. And we are looking to create, actually I might need to make a third split container. Um why not? Here we go. So we're looking to create something like this. Okay. Actually, we don't have a way to tell if it's an event or not, do we? No. There's two types of messages. There's RPCs and events. Um, events are generally outward and RPCs are inward. And my JSON document doesn't tell me if it's an RPC or an event. So we actually need to rewrite deconstruct messages to determine this. Hold on. Is the class list message events? Hmm. So I actually need to go back to the Twitch messages page. I need back to deconstruct messages, and I need to declare free ID equals JSON data. Okay. Yeah, this pushes the wrong thing here, doesn't it? Just strange that that's not the right format. Okay, we now have a type. Actually, I could just do a switch, I guess. Okay. Now we have the class list set up. What is the rest of the document? We have this. We need to make a div for the message name. This div is match in, out, in, out, out. This is the content of it. HTML equals it's gonna be what? The I dot to hide the solution explorer because I can't see anything. I dot name space type div dot inner HTML I dot name dot type name div dot append child namespace div and then type div. And then we want to do div dot append child name div. So we have now handled this part. Let description div equals document dot create element of div description div dot class list dot add message description description div dot inner HTML equals I dot description. If not, then nothing. Okay. Then we do div dot append child of description div. And we want to do let parameters div. What is the program for? This is my streaming tool. I'm writing the documentation, but I want the documentation to be automatically generated from a JSON document containing information. So parameters div equals document dot create element div parameters div dot class list add message parameter. All right. Now we want to do for a variable p in I dot parameters. Like OBS, what am I using for a backend? So it interacts with OBS, and it allows me to do a bunch of things. So like if I open it really quick, I have to close it because to test the documentation changes that I'm making, I actually have to rebuild it. Because it does depend on being in the same directory. But for example, a couple of the things I can do is if I press a very specific key on my keyboard, please revoke Blue's power. He's bullying me with it. All right. So if I press this key, I can do random hue shift. There's a bunch of other things too. If I press M, can't wait to continue my college so I can keep up with you. Yeah. Also, you can see the captions are running now that my tool is running. And now if anybody says JavaScript, they will be taken out back and given the old yellow treatment. Even though I'm writing JavaScript right now. Trust me, it's not by choice. It's not by choice, please. Yeah, this is a JavaScript document. Well, you're a mod, so you're immune to it. Jeb, we're not a Minecraft developer. Oh, this isn't right. We're pretty close to being done here. Any other projects I've been working on recently? Yes. I actually have a model tracking data recorder that I've been working on. So, like my movements, my mouth movements, all of that are being recorded. And it is possible to replay them later. And I'm hoping to release that soon too. So your last year in September? Nice. What are you studying? Are you doing CS? Oh, the message parameters also need to be if p dot required, then parameter div dot class list dot add required, else add. Computer science is greater than software engineering. Damn. We have a computer science or software engineering hater here. Oh, I thought you were making a statement of software engineering is worse. Would have been really funny. Whatever you do to stay away from C++. Unfortunately, I've already failed to do that. I have something to show you. You don't like C++. I haven't touched C++ in my life. Keep it that way. Keep it that way and be happy because poor bastard over here has touched C++ and I made an entire fucking game engine in it. It is a bad time through and through. I'll tell you that much. And I don't mean just like a little bit. There's a lot to this game engine. We have like collision checking. Where is it? I think it's this. Yeah, we got this is atrocious code. Did I see the word did I see the words black magic in here? Ah yes, black magic. I mean, I've got some atrocious shit. Where is Z triple underscore IE preprocessor black magic assert level. This is so one of the major constraints of this project is that I want it to be possible without using any other tools. And unfortunately, since the preprocessor runs only one time, we have to use this atrocious code to change the cert levels and stuff. So yeah, I'm not proud of this, but because I refuse to use additional tooling, it's really the only way to do it. I mean, there's probably a better way to do it. But the idea is that you can do this macro. So there's a minimum level for it to actually be checked. There's an expression that is checked, and then a fail message. But it does require the insane stack of garbage. I could show my string string class. It is kind of long. 658 lines. Um, you might say, why not use, the standard string? Well, the standard string sucks. So that's my reasoning. Easiest way to explain C++ to a newcomer is that if you spend 5 years in Unreal Engine's code base and you go somewhere else, you're essentially learning a new programming language. Yeah, every large code base is its own language. Yeah, I mean, even mine, like I make my own string mainly because I don't like the part of what I want to do is get as few references to the C standard library as possible because it ends up having weird externalities sometimes. You have like weird implementation specific behavior, and then also I pay for because like if I include vector, right, and we go to vector, I'm loading like all of this other shit. Yeah. So because I'm loading anything from the C standard library, now I have a billion things loaded. Yeah. Deprogrammer. Yeah. You and your constant character pointer. I mean, to be fair, that's what I use too, I think, in the back end. Is it? I collapse the definitions. Where the hell is the data? Hey, wait a minute. Where's the data? Oh, is it? It's in the header, isn't it? God, what is all of this shit? Where's my string? Oh, yeah, it is. Why is allocate capitalized but deallocate isn't? Is this part of resource? No. Why are these? Why are these private things being exported? These aren't in the public section. Why are these exported? Interesting. This is actually dreadful. Yeah. I don't think I need to export that, but I'm just gonna trust myself that I had a reason when I was doing it. I probably didn't. I think I just decorated literally every function in the entire engine with export, but Yeah, that's fine. Because it went from being inside of the same, um it was in the same assembly as the game, and then I split it. So I marked everything as export so that I could actually import it in the game. Seeing stuff like size type because brain cancer in a matter of seconds, yeah. Oh, I mean, I could show you the worst part. I could show you the worst part. So, locations, right? There are, in my engine, 3 types of location. There is game location, tile location, and render location. So, you can see we have our 3 types. Annoyingly, these are not in the same location as why are these split? How dare you? I think that's Clang format did that. But these are all the same type. They all just inherit from vector 2D and they have different semantics. And then they also have conversion logic. So you can convert a game location to a tile location, but you can't convert a game location to a render location cleanly because it has to know where the camera is. Essentially, this was not a good pattern. I don't like how this worked, but it's a little bit too late to change it. Everything depends on it. Mostly a structure problem with the project, but I can't ever blame developers because 90% of the time it's fighting CPP. Yeah, CPP's bullshit and 10% actual logic. Yeah, if you change, if you get rid of like, if you put a fucking like a semicolon here or something, there was some issue I had where I had placed a semicolon at one line and it generated like 950 errors, and none of them were the problem. So I'm over here like, what the fuck do you mean there's 900 errors? I changed like 2 things. It also looks like I haven't pushed my Git repository in a while. Do that real quick. Um, Git repository in Ohio. Nice. Cinema. Um, is it is it gonna go? Is the remote not right? Hold on. I have to check now. I think the remote may not be right. Oh, there's a bunch of different remotes. Git remote get URL. Fuck. It's the old URL. I'll deal with it later. I keep moving my Git server. This is like the 9th time I've changed its domain. But yeah. Surprisingly, for as quirky as the engine is, it does actually work. And this wasn't so much, I mean, this was primarily a project to learn how game engines work, so it's not really possible to fail. Do I have a GitHub? Yes, I do have a GitHub. It is not, um, there's no command for it. I don't actually post a lot on my GitHub, but if you want my GitHub, here it is. I only have 3 things. One of them is a fork that I don't think I meant to make. Codeberg. What? What is Codeberg? Is it like another Git server? But no, primarily, most of my Git is hosted privately on a domain you can't connect to because the TLD isn't real. Want to develop any kind of game related project? I who I'd recommend planning a while ahead. You will save yourself a lot of time. Yeah. Interesting one is Rust plus Bevy. Chad Codeberg user versus cringe GitHub user. Chad Stage It user versus cringe Codeberg user. Yeah, no, I use my own privately hosted Git. Um, so I can show you that. Here's my Git. Ignoring that a bunch of things are being cut off. But yeah, here's my Git. Here's Coalescence. It is one. So previously, it used to be a bunch of different things, but now it's just one. A bunch of different repositories, but now it's just one monolith because managing 95 different repositories fucking sucks. So I don't do it anymore. It doesn't say that local hosted, yes. It is not on the open internet. There are 20 plus game engines in Rust and no games. Those are fighting words right there. I have never been bothered to learn Rust. I've never done it. I'm sure it's great. I've seen that the error messages are extremely helpful. I'm sure it's amazing. I just can't be bothered to learn it. Yeah, Rust is cool and has some pretty genius design, but I don't use it and it's still not C, so who cares? You really like C, don't you? I'm not a fan of C. I just don't like procedural. I'm bad. True. Yeah, maybe that's what I'm talking about. I can't blame you. Right, I need to check out a callback as callback parameters. Then has the same parameters code. Like Rust programs design choices, like Toml is pretty nice for custom software, and that software is big as fuck. Yeah. I think callback is undefined if there isn't one. Yeah. So this will be a big if I.callback is not undefined. No, you said the most restricted word of all. You can't say Python. Are you kidding me? There's only one. Actually, there's two. Can't say JavaScript either. Look, every true programmer has a language gripe, and I have two, so I must be the most true programmer. But the other horrible langs, it's really just JavaScript and Python. Bash and Java. I will say Bash is atrocious. Bash is disgusting. But Java, I don't I don't hate as much, which is funny because I'm a C# developer and we're supposed to want to kill each other. But I don't mind it as much. Is this in this scope? C# is shit, but mostly shit because of the stuff around the language rather than the language being bad. What do you mean the stuff around the language? Microslop? I mean, yeah. And .NET, but .NET's great. And Unity? Unity's trash. Yeah, no, I'll take that. Unity's awful. C# user? And C# users. Oh, you're literally using JS on one side? Yeah, because no other web like programming language exists. Why is it saying that I'm parenthetical? Like 80 billion of them, not any that's just gonna run in the browser. Does it say I'm missing a right parenthesis? Unless this is not, unless you're not allowed to, this is nullist forgiving. That's probably not a thing. Like 80 billion of them. I mean, my browser's not gonna run anything but JavaScript. It still says I'm missing parenthetical. Am I not wrong that there are 3 of each in this line? Is it column 19? Was a way to function? Fun. No, you just write await and then the expression. The fuck do you mean? I don't fucking know. I just work here. I don't use JavaScript when I can avoid it. That's someone who bans the language I would use WASM for all of their web dev. Yeah, but Does it is it even supported by everything? Amount of times I've had to learn languages because some other research group chooses not to let go of their old ways. Yeah. Isn't that literally the best thing about C# is it has some impeccable web app support? Yeah, but the problem is this has to be loaded statically. There can't be a server running it because this is just documentation. Like I can't run like a Blazor server. As much as I would love to have a Blazor server, um, it doesn't make sense. It is far too heavy, and this is supposed to be just light documents, which unfortunately necessitates one of the grand sins, which is using JavaScript. Oh, I have this set to. Oh my god, bruh. All right, so this isn't right. All right, fine. Here's what we'll do. Uh, let promise equals fetch of messages dot JSON. Let JSON equal or await promise. JSON equals promise. Actually, see the results of the promise. Um, how do I get the result of a promise? I know generally you're supposed to use an async pattern, but this is gonna be synchronous. I think Rust Wasm is fucking amazing. I think that's an amazing stack. I just have never used. I've never even looked into Rust. I know that they have like strong memory ownership. That's all I know about Rust. That and everybody wants to rewrite everything in Rust, including the Linux kernel, which nobody wants. Nobody actually wants it. How do I get promise resolve? What the fuck? I just want the value. God damn it. They're gonna force me to use an async pattern. I've used then. Alright, fine. Here's what we'll do. Right now I have to deal with the problem that the same origin policy is not allowing me to read remote or local files. Um, how do I do that? Hmm. Could try. Hmm. I can't. I can't open a file locally, which makes sense, but it is annoying. Hmm. I think I might just have to inline this entire document. I mean, I could just change it to a JavaScript document and declare this as a variable. What I could do, for example, right, is declare a variable named, say, message JSON, and then I can set this equal to a variable and change messages.json to be a JavaScript document. I can't load it is the problem. I think this works. We'll see. The syntax highlighting doesn't inspire confidence, but we will see. Um, and then I can load that as a script. Um, and then do that. I can load JavaScript files locally, but I can't load from JavaScript other files that are stored locally. Which, once again, I mean, I get it. I.name is undefined. What? I.name can't be undefined. Hold on. I is 0. Okay. So we need to change this to xi. Change var I equals message JSON at messages at xi. Change how we index things. Oh, yeah, that's awkward. But I fixed that. Fuck, I did it twice more. I did it 3 more times. Really should just outline this. Could do. Oh, we need to make this the list. This needs to also have the message container class. Not properly laying them out. Okay. All of the parameter names are objects instead of values. So something in here is wrong. I.name Should be p.name. You fuck off. Okay. Stop blocking my cursor with information. Oh my fucking god. Sometimes integrated development environments are significantly more difficult to use than Notepad. It's not often that they're significantly more difficult to use than Notepad, but sometimes they really make it a bitch to write things. What game is this? This isn't a game. This is my streaming tool. I'm writing documentation for it in the most cursed and profane of languages, JavaScript. All right, so what I want to try here is set this to style equals display none. Four, 8, 12, 16. Oh my god, the spider's going crazy on my shit again. All right. I do need to fix some of the spacing. Like the layout of this page is it leaves some things to be desired. Um like the description has no leading or trailing space. Um where's that? It's in Coalescence style.cs. Why is this indented? Format document did not work. All right, well, fuck me too. Okay. I want to do in parameter description. The parameters are fine. The message description is too close. I want padding top is half an M. Padding bottom also half an M. 100% another game. Yeah. All right, that is significantly better spacing. The next thing I want to do is add spacing around the parameter's name. Padding right be a quarter of an M. I want to do the same for the type. Um, actually, maybe we'll do half an M. There we go. Everything now just looks a little cleaner because it's not all smushed together. Um, Still doesn't look amazing, but it is a lot better than it used to look, so good enough. And also, you could just update this. I want to take reconstruct messages and move it into here. Means I will have to change this to go up one to reconstruct messages. Okay. Don't need JSON data. Technically, we don't need these message containers anymore for this header. Um, it won't let me fold this anymore, so now I have to just do this. Oh, we don't need this. Is that all we need? How do I put this back in the other? Now this is all we need. Um, Trying to think of how. This is still here. Actually, this is still the OBS dev index. Um, yeah, the rest of this is trash. To for messaging information, the href equals messages.html. Copy that name. All right, let's see if this is actually correct. Very well could not be. Um, just that HTML no longer loads anything. This isn't marked as a content. Which rebuild solution. That's the one thing that kind of sucks is that to uh to copy things you have to mark it as content. Okay, and I don't think is the Twitch scripting page written is written manually. Why? Shouldn't be. Or is the thing that generates I know that there is a thing that generates scripting information. Where does that happen? Might be in the scripting class. Nope. Here it is. Plan is to do this is created immediately. So what we do is string a script info path. Um, environment.get executing assembly.get. What is the format of this document? Don't need C sharp. Um, let's get straight into it. What I'm gonna do is delete all of this content. Okay, we're gonna see if this works. It probably won't, but I want to see. Theoretically, this should overwrite the Twitch scripting documentation that is initial. It did not do. How did it not? Not locked. I can think that it hasn't yeah, files didn't. We're gonna have to do it. I don't know why this isn't running. Unless these are backwards. Nope. Alright, well, we'll just run a debug and see what we get. Info path. Good. Directory exists. Document text is relatively long. Wait, what? Ooh. Yeah, no, those are all in one document. Does look like a lot more information than was there before. Ooh. Needs to be get entry assembly, not get executing assembly. I'm writing all of the data into the plugins folder. Folder should have existed. Um, it would be right if I wasn't running it outside of the directory. Still not writing it to the right directory. What was the file it wrote actually good? I have no idea where it wrote. There's just kept the previous one open too. If I rebuild which mod should overwrite the one I just put in. Okay. First thing I notice is that whatever reason, the spacing of the document is significantly worse. There's style sheet here? The same style sheet, but this one is significantly more compressed. Well, that's probably not helping. The description is not placed correctly. This should be right. Hold on. I don't know what I did. Oh, I overwrote the document. But I didn't overwrite the document. Huh? No, the description is 100% outside of the parameter. Do a little bit of looking. So, script method container, script method name. We have a namespace and a type. Then suspend for the name and type. And the name. It does. Why is this not being placed correctly? Because in the actual document, the description is being placed after the parameter. Oh, here it is. It's down here, actually. Yeah, it's right here. Okay, we found it. So I need to know where this is being written so I can go and take it. Oh, the misery. I have to deduplicate all of these slashes. Now they are all placed correctly. The spacing is still wrong. I haven't quite figured that one out yet. Um, I don't know why it's even different. Script method parameter optional. Oh, that's probably why. Problem. Not quite the correct format. Okay, the format is now correct. All right. Now the goal is to add a bunch of documentation attributes. Right now we don't have any. I mean, we do have some, but they're not good. Under scripting. So I want to make a new attribute called Lua learning attribute. Um, to its own file. For some reason I can't move. There we go. And I want to do As an example attribute. I want to get the new copy of this looks. Oh, I have to do it from the debug to do that. Hold on. Otherwise, it writes the plugins directory, which I don't have open. I think examples attribute is not actually filled. Um, it's not. All right. So I don't actually know what it looks like. ADHD as a bitch. How's it going? It's going pretty well. I'm just making the uh system that. Oh, this actually is more involved than I thought. I'm making the system that highlights all of the examples and actually have to write this pre-tag. Um, well, essentially what I'm doing right now is the documentation for Lua can be automatically generated because the interface is in C#, so I can just decorate it with a bunch of attributes that describe it, and then read those attributes back using reflection to write documentation. The problem is, I haven't done that yet, so I need to do it. It does seem to work. It just doesn't properly place the lines. There's supposed to be one trailing and one, or one leading and one trailing line. I actually need to put a new line here. It works except in the place that it doesn't exactly. Um, I also might just pull the trigger and change the scripting. So the issue is the scripting window, which is here, has a place for documentation on the side for scripting documentation, but that documentation doesn't render well. So what I want to do is change it to be a web control and to render markdown, which is generated from the script's like attributes. This entire thing here is kind of trash. Make a nummy grilled cheese. Have fun. It is going to be nice to be able to write longer. Because right now it is limited by these 3 lines. That's all I can put all of the data into. I think what I do is expand this pane. Get rid of. I mean, I should probably push before I do this. It's gonna reload and delete all of I just made. All jokes on them. I'll do it. All right. Before really wacky scripting window change. Add more documentation library. Work here. All right. Now we're free to do the freaky. Actually, I guess I could just directly load the page, couldn't I? Yeah. I mean, I could, but I shouldn't. The idea is to replace all of these labels and panes with a singular web browser control. I've just realized I can't do. I need a com reference. Um, Slight issue. Have a great night, chatting us. Oh yeah, thanks for stopping by. Good night. They did remove web browser from .NET 10. Actually, it was in .NET Framework and not anything else, so we might need to use WebView too. Probably need to reference a NuGet package. Used to hoping it doesn't add like fucking 300. Oh my god, I have to authenticate with my NuGet server to download from a different NuGet server. The misery. I could actually take the script provider base, put the function um HTML wrapping into there. Would work. Um this is a wrapped function. Method info. We have wrapped function here. WebView 21. Can I not change the document directly? Navigate to this work? Who knows? Arrow down here. Crash. Annoying, but okay. Web view adds about 800 kilobytes to the project. Valid operation exception, which is causing it to fully die. Okay. Undo everything. I'm gonna click clean all as well. Actually, I wanted to keep this 2 documentation string as well. Um, there we go. Okay. Um, yeah, so I can't use the web view 2. That doesn't work. We need to find some other browser control. Hmm. The hard part is I don't like the idea of using CEF as a control because it's super heavy and I don't really need crazy stuff. I don't even need I mean, I do need some basic script parsing. 'Cause I'd like to use HLGS, but I may not be able to do that. Um, we'll try Ceph, but why did this open? Get jump scared by the fucking readme. All right, let's see what happens if we put a browser in here again. I really would like to use a web browser because it gives me a hell of a lot more options. Why is WebV2 still here? Holy shit. Yeah, no, not a chance. Ceph adds 300 megabytes to the size of the application. to do a little bit of cleaning up here. Realize I have so many different things. All right. Really quick. I changed this to CEF right here. Okay. So the issue is CEF is like 200 megabytes. I don't want a big web browser control. I might be chasing a ghost solution here. Hmm. So, bad news. It's not gonna happen. It is very unlikely I am going to find anything that will do what I need to do. I'm not going to make my own because making a web browser is an exercise in idiocy, really. Um, but I do not have. I don't see any libraries online that will do the job for me that are either free or not 400 megabytes of libraries. It's basically CEF and WebView2, and WebView2 doesn't work on my machine and also isn't available on Windows 7. So we're going to have to do it with rich text boxes. So, plan is to render it to Markdown. I mean, Markdown isn't amazing for this because it's a table format. And the other issue is that, hold on, HTML or rich text box. C-sharp. Hmm. That sounds. Damn. There are libraries to convert HTML to rich text format. The issue is it's $400 and you have to renew it every year. Uh, I might have to. I might have to manually render it to RTF. Not ideal, but I don't see a different option. We don't need any of this stuff. Where do I change the color? Hmm. Right, I want to see if this. So when this is changed, I'm going to do rich xbox one dot rtf equals wf.to rtf string. Go to going to eliminate the rest of the function. It doesn't just plong out a bunch of HTML. Okay, if this works at all. They're really crashing because the fucking document isn't valid, and that's causing it to fully die. What a nightmare this is going to be. Okay. Assume that it doesn't like that I've attempted to put a font with a space in its name. Hmm. Right now, I'm trying to get an example RTF document. Slightly worried about the fact that, oh my god, so chat. This is the RTF I just got from a basic two-line document in LibreOffice. Out of curiosity, does it work? We're gonna try it. If this doesn't work, then the entire thing is it's a non-starter. It works, but it looks atrocious. Did it set it to font 5 again? It did. What? Why is it still font 5? I forgot to change this one. Alright. Um, I'm gonna template this in LibreOffice and then do a string search or like a find and replace. The parameters are gonna be where it gets freaky because the entire document is going to have to be copy and pasted this huge list of commands. The RTF that we're putting into the controller is gonna have to be like 30 kilobytes. So much going on. All right. The document is now 6 kilobytes. This is the document now. The problem is it keeps using a font that doesn't have it's like anti-aliasing is off or something. Like, for reference of how fucked this looks, here's the script editor. Look at that text rendering. That's what I'm dealing with right now. It's a valid RTF document, but it does not like it. Also, that font is Times New Roman, so that's also strange that it looks that bad. Um, yeah, I don't know why. I don't know why it's like manually changing the font index back to 0 fixes it, but I don't know why it fixes it. If I change it back to F0 and I change the thing, it will reload it, and now it looks fine. Maybe a little small, but it looks fine. So for some reason, LibreOffice is setting it to font 6, which just looks atrocious. Which is weird because the only difference between font 0 and font 6 is that font 6 has character set 128. I don't know why it looks as bad as it does. This tag is specified several times. You know it's bad when the RTF specification is 278 pages long. Hmm. Morning, Mike. How you doing? Dealing with this. This is my document format that I have to use. This is gonna be misery. Dad, why is that? Did you get fully banned? Oh my god. I'd be curious to see what they say about the appeal. Yeah. I mean, I can't say that I'm surprised they blasted you, but it is certainly not fortunate. I don't know. We're gonna see if this works. It probably isn't going to work, but we're gonna try it. Holy shit, it just worked. We definitely need to raise the font size. 9 isn't high enough. But once we have the full of this area, it won't matter too much. Okay. The RTF document is the way we're going. Why is it crashing? Alright. And to make the document the whole of this pane, going to make the pane larger. We need more horizontal space. We might actually move this to a new window. We probably should make it a new window. Why did renaming it make it smaller? Doesn't make any sense. Use a list box. Actually, we could dock this left. A rich text box. Dock this right. Why is there no designer file? Oh, because it didn't rename. All right. I had to remake the form because it died. Dock left here. Rich text box. We'll dock to the right. I just realized we have examples, so we can't dock these. I mean, we could dock the list box, but we can't dock the rich text box. Could dock top. This one we changed to dock fill. Okay, so unload. We want to take Okay. Theoretically, this weird fuck ass script documentation form should just work. And it does. Kind of. Um, a little weird looking, but it's not the worst. I want to go to wrapped function, change all instances of AFS 18 to AFS 24, which will raise the font size by 3 points. Did not. See how this goes. Didn't change the size at all. Okay. So find the word returns. Returns is here. It has a CF18. The word parameters is a CF of 8. So I'm going to change it to CF18. Let's change it to be uh, a dark gray. Probably be a mid gray, actually. CF19. CF18. 8 to 9. Wondering why there were so many places. Okay, so let's try coalescence set setting. Yeah. I mean, for all we know, it could be somebody who uh saw the truck skin while little Timmy was playing Forza. Humor is a crime, yeah. Imagine having fun. Return should not be italicized. The issue is I can't see shit. There's a billion different fucking things possible to tell what I'm looking at. This shouldn't be italicized. Parameter header shouldn't be italicized, but will be underlined. Okay. I want to change the path font size. 24 point or for 24 half points. So from 12 to 18. Now I have the question of, do I want to keep it on the side of the script editor or put it in the documentation window itself? The collection if it doesn't exist. There we go. I want to do some fucking around. Hmm. Be perfect, but it might work. What? Oh, with me? Spider guy is in my camera again. Right now, I'm cleaning up the warnings because the warnings are written for HTML. Actually, a lot of things are written for HTML, so I'm adding a special case. But right now, I am making documentation, um, like a documentation viewer. So if we go to the script documentation form, which is massive because it's a transform set, this is what it looks like. It's not the prettiest thing, but it does work because putting an actual web browser in here was going to cost a couple hundred megabytes, which is around 15 times the size of Coalescence to put a web browser in there. So I am not going to. So I can't read the HTML data, so I have to rewrite it in rich text format, which is apparently a bitch because this is what rich text format looks like. Oh, the misery. But it's one of the only controls that I can guarantee is available on every version of Windows because it was introduced in probably like fucking XP. Better have documentation on the MS. Actually, it isn't even. It wasn't even a public format. They published it in 2007, but it was created in 1987. So for 20 years, this was a proprietary format. And honestly, for good reason. It's almost shameful how complicated it is. Although to be fair, it is fucking essentially 20 years of cruft. It does work, but it is incredibly like overcomplicated. I mean, given probably not all of this is required, but I have no way to tell because I don't understand half of these. Also, the documentation is 278 pages long. Anyway, I'm closing that function because I don't want to look at it anymore. Now the question is, do we keep the sidebar documentation or not? I'm going to vote not because I've made an entirely new window for it. Although the sidebar documentation is probably more convenient. Yeah, no, I'm going to get rid of it because I'm going to have two different places to maintain this. It's just going to be a bad time. All right. Text doesn't have text in them. Alright, so I'm gonna set all the margins to 1 pixel. You go to sleep. Thanks for stopping by. Good night. Right, I have to make sure all of these have good tooltips because they are not going to be easy to determine what they do based on their text alone. Oh, right. Hello. I am improving my scripting window. I moved a lot of the buttons that work on scripts to the script tag so that it is slightly more clear that they do that. No, I've just been over here typing. Oh, just be two. Wait, do these not work? Does it get? What if I use single quote? Okay. Then all I have to do is write better documentation. You have a surprise for me? Oh dear. Like a surprise. Well, it depends on if it's a good surprise. A behind the scenes soon surprise. Now that's an interesting surprise. Found new concepts of outfits? Interesting. Is it bad that for A, the first thing I thought was Ezio? Are you alright with me showing this on stream or the secret behind the scenes? You're fine with it, not sure if he would be though? He's probably not. Alright. You know what time it is. Document time. How's my C sharp? Working as an artist for a game that I believe is looking for programmers? I mean, I've been using C sharp for 10 years. Look at that. There's a C hyphen sharp in the dictionary. Let's fucking go. Sure. Can't think of a better example. While I've reflected on my actions, I need to atone and repent for my evil and lustful ways. I need to get ready for my glorious return after the ban. Oh dear. Mike is scheming. I mean, I can show you what he did. At least one of the things he's done. Mike is legitimately the funniest thing I've ever had one of my characters. The fucking pink fan. Yeah. Mike, do we know for sure which um thing got you banned? Or is that still not fully certain? Forza. You say that, but are you sure? Is old timer Mike really an old timer he's too relatable? Yeah, you're both old. No, no, if it's for everyone, that would work. That would probably work. Use you. He's so bamboozled, he put a fucking decrescendo. Wild, because that can be read as a response to Mike. Yeah, you're both old. Look, if I can be called Unk, then you both can be called Turbo Unk. You can't have it both ways. Because both you and Ant call me a child, which, given is fair, I'm 9 years younger than you. But you can't also say you're not old. Must choose. No? Mike is becoming too powerful. All you gotta do is see if the developers of Forza have the same uh like method as Trackmania devs. Trackmania, even if you cheat and like completely fuck the leaderboards, if you make a new account, you are entirely able to just keep playing. And it's not like an oh they don't know it's you. No, they know it's you. They just don't give a shit because you bought a new copy of the game. You have to offer the developers a bribe of exactly the cost of Forza Horizon 6. You were close. There's only two A's. The last one is an E. Wait, you said wait, you said wait. Was that not amazingly abundantly clear? That's hella. Now you've put too many R's. There you go. But yeah. Oh, Coalescence is no, Coalescence is running. What didn't it answer? Oh, model change isn't loaded. Man. Alright, hold on. Pretty sure I just accidentally pressed reload with dependencies, but I don't care. I keep forgetting I have to authenticate Coalescence now. We have actual security features. Or maybe, honestly, just one security feature. But why did it still not work? Did you let it not in the model change in it? What? Oh, I know why. YouTube Studio does this thing where it likes to just stop allowing Coalescence to do anything, and you have to authenticate it again. It's annoying. Happens very often, though. That's right. I'm 8K now. Why is command NC not MC? MC is for typing the URL directly, and NC is name change. So NC uses the name of a model, and MC uses the URL. I mean, we could use the URL. You guys want to see what the URL looks like? No, you. Got him. On that knot. Let's get back to focusing for a bit. Imagine focusing couldn't be. Fucking skull. Going to need to update my. I think I have one piece of code that uses the date, which I'm going to need to update because now it's invalid. I think it's the blue sky notifier actually. I have changed the way that you get dates. It is no longer U as the prefix to mark it as a uh UTC time. Now it's $1. Um because that means you can actually use the U type right here, which I think many people would actually like to use. It does mean I need to modify my posted script though. It's no longer valid. Setting shit. Mhm. A trendsetter for sure. Quickly change the height ratio to 60%, maybe even 50%. Right now, it's not 60% anyway. Oh, my font isn't monospace. Another thing I want to do, script form loads. I want it to not be marked. I think it's button 8. I actually have no idea. Nope. Called button save. I don't know how we have 8 other buttons then, but we're not going to worry about it. Is anybody else having issues where your YouTube recommended is just trash? 'Cause all of my recommended is just trash. You know what? I have the solution. Just gonna clear all of my watch history. And now I have to search now. I didn't think this through, but new plan. When in doubt, uh, just open Impractical Jokers. Alright. Funnily enough, I cleared my watch history and it still knows that I'm halfway through this video. So much for my watch history being gone. All right. That's strange. I just looked over and there was a white line on my chat. Now it's gone. But I'm not on an alternate palette. I don't think I was, at least. Why is my hair so blue? Well, um, this character's name is Ultramarine, so the hair wouldn't be sufficiently blue if it weren't so blue. I love the I love the gremlin emote. I don't know what it is about the gremlin emote. She just always looks like she just looks like she doesn't know where she is. Oh yeah, I can also abort changing scenes. Okay, it's not as clean as I had hoped, but it does technically work. See, look how nice that looks. It goes back down. Like oopsies. All right. There are now two spiders fucking with the cameras. Why do you do this to me? Hmm. Coming up with example code is so hard because I can't think of any scenarios that you would use these things. Not because they are not useful, but because the only thing going through my mind right now is adding a fucking message box that says, "Are you Sigma?" And this is commercial software. Like, fuck it. Are you Sigma? What? I could have done that. Dumb example. Mm. I want to try some examples I've made. Not actually sure that this one works. We're gonna try it. Yep. What if I made a stream marker every time I use the letter E? What have you just sent me? How did they get into the pair? So I've made a realization that there's an issue. In Twitch, I have many script providers, right? The problem is the thing that I use to convert a script provider into documentation generates the entire document, which means I can't. There's too many documents. I don't know how I'm going to fix that. It's one of those things where you realize it and you're like, ah, shit, there's a problem with that. Wait, no, these are all in the same document. It's a partial class. So that actually isn't a problem. I think it is a problem in OBS though, where there is actually two different script providers. Which means all I have to do, declare this partial on OBS script provider, then decorate OBS script provider with partial as well. Right. If we can't get so we need to determine the help directory for all of subsystem. Where are the directories at? Oh. if this works. Yeah, the scripting is still OBS script for this setup. We have it. It has written something. It's just that it didn't have any of the styling information. All right. I think that the scripting API is documented at least somewhat well. A little bit bare bones, but everything does have at least one example. All right. Now that I've done all the scripting documentation, it's time for the most fun documentation. User documentation. Uh so I need to make a bunch of help folders. Give me 1 second, I'll be right back. Alright. Looks like the commands still don't work. No, I intercepted it. I can do it now. I was using it to determine what was sent for model change. I'm writing its documentation. Hey, Bergier. How you doing? How you doing? I went to bed. It's currently 3:30 in the morning where I am. I'm on my way to go do my deliveries, and you're still up. I'm impressed. Yes, I never sleep. I actually have no idea how long I slept. Also, you are talking to the same person who has done several 24-hour streams. Yes. Mhm. Back when I was in my 20s, I ran for 2 weeks straight, 24/7 on 2 hours of sleep, and I can't ever do that again. That That is an insane amount of endurance. That is an insane amount of endurance. Also, I never did pay out the prediction. That has been done. Yeah, maybe that's what the 24/24 is from. 24 hours, 2 hours of sleep, 14 days. Just saying. Am I going to sing you a song? No, I just don't know how to put the microphone away. I'm being completely honest with you. I don't know what the button is. C. Shift C. Control C. Alt C? Alt M? Control M? Just M? Nope. I've got no fucking clue. Nope. Oh, it's Shift 2. Why? I can do this. I've got whatever the fuck this thing is. Like Pocky, but there's a fucking cotton ball on the end. Didn't I bind the keys? No, they came pre-bound. The thing is that all of the keys are like pre-bound, and then now I have like 9 copies of this model. So like it's confusing. Cause like this is the same model as Aseria and Ultramarine, I think. For cleaning someone's ear. I mean, maybe? Doesn't seem like it'd be all that effective. A Q-tip? I mean, it's too large to be a Q-tip. The end is like 3 times wider than her finger. So that would be like a giant Q-tip. I mean, at that point, you might as well stick this in there. Or if you're feeling really freaky, stick this in the ear. Wait, I can have all 3 at once. That's right. I am becoming more powerful. Wonder what other keybinds there are that I just don't know about. Let's see. There's a bunch of empty hotkeys. Alt T. Ah, I think this is somebody's preset. Oh yeah, these are all preset keys. Disable my preset. I just clicked reload all textures. It's gonna take a second. Uh, it's really funny when you consider. Wait, why is Alt R is the only one that doesn't work? But yeah, it's funny to think how close Aseria is to just the default. For this. Legitimately, Aseria is like 85% similar to the base. Honestly, I should probably get rid of the hair clips. Or do I? Maybe I put more hair clips. Chat. What if we put more hair clips? That's not a hair clip. More clips. They have the little mini ball things. I don't know what they are, but it's called mini ball. I don't even know what this one says. Sure. We'll put them down a little bit. I think that might actually be all of the things I can put on. I don't want to put all of them on at once. I could have a demon tail. Lore inaccurate Asaria. And I could also just a lot of options. Wait, what if I just turn all of them on? Uh, there's only 3. All right, now we have to deal with the other hardest part. Oh yeah, it is. It is not at all intuitive. Mm, Casually almost crashes. Oh, this is gonna take a while. Uh, I mean, I could do this the fast way. Do I do this the slow way or the fast way? Yeah, like it's crazy how many layers there are. I'm gonna use a multiply color of 30, 30, 30. Shit. Uh, there we go. You could make me switch model. Wait, hear me out. Hear me out. Perfect. I just realized that the settings for the zoom don't actually keep the halo on screen. Again, I need to be social. Scary. Yes. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah. Welcome. How you doing today? Working on the documentation for my streaming tool. Um, it is. I'll be honest. It's the lesser interesting thing you could do with development, but it's important because if there's no help documents for your program, people can't use it. I don't think the VTube Studio system has any messaging. I'm trying to learn how to make a website because there's someone that I like that really wants to make a website. She does art, and I want to teach her. So learning it, but my mind is empty and just a blank canvas. How do you deal with that? Development of software and websites and truly everything is a very iterative process. You start by simply doing, like the broad strokes of what you're looking to do. So you come up with the layout of the website. So how do you want to present the information? You look up how to center a div because nobody knows how to do it. Just vibe code, bro. No. Keep slamming your head into the keyboard. One day it'll work. Yeah. Because they have the shit dog water. Yeah. Um, but you just come up with how you want it to look and then try to get towards that. If you're just looking to make a website and you're not looking to know how to make a website, WordPress is a decent option. Um, it's just WordPress. If you run a WordPress server, like everybody and their grandma is going to be trying to log into your admin panel. So make sure your password is good and turn on two-factor. If you don't turn on two-factor, somebody will get into your WordPress. And be careful what add-ons you install because people will attack them. I mean, even right now, I would be pretty surprised if there weren't people attempting to get into my WordPress website. Yeah, we could check really quick. Let's see, who's on my Nginx server? Actually, yes, somebody is currently attempting to break into my my server through WordPress admin. Literally right now. They're doing it right now. You want to know the funny thing? I don't have WordPress installed. So, yeah. Looks like that's a lot of different people. Yeah, you have to be careful with your WordPress security. Um, but yeah, just get the broad strokes down. I mean, you don't have to use WordPress. Um, it also kind of depends on what you're looking to do, because you can get pretty far with just JavaScript and HTML and CSS. It's just that CSS is a little confusing. But I mean, there's billions of guides online, I'm sure. Another good idea is to look at other websites that are close to what you want. And you see, there's this beautiful thing you can do. If I turn on this window and I make it not atrociously sized. Yeah. The beautiful thing is if I want to know how they do something, I can just press F12. I can click on, I don't know, this, and I can just straight up read what their CSS is. You can just read it. So I can just steal their CSS. And another thing, um, if I want to yoink somebody's, oh my god, I forgot I did that. If I want to yoink somebody, so like for example, this is my Myoshi page. If I want to yoink somebody's CSS, you can just open this. You go to you click this little button. You click on the thing you want to take. So I don't know, this glow effect maybe, right? Because there's like a light glow effect on the name, and I drag this over. And if you're not sure what it is, you can click these little checkboxes to disable rules. So you can see this text shadow 005 pixels red. If I turn this off, the glow goes away. So this is the magic sauce that's making that happen. Also, you have to say that you like you are required to say that you like the cat owl. It is actually a requirement. I spent all of like 10 minutes making this composite. It's so dumb. I also did a thing where if you go to the hell is it? Here it is. You go to dark mode, you go back to my thing, it's a different cat owl. The way that they've set up their CSS, you can override the background image differently based on what theme the user is using. Anyway, I have to target this on a different app because otherwise it's going to start playing Impractical Jokers in the stream audio, and then True TV is going to come and kneecap me. What IDE is this? This is Visual Studio. Although, if you're making a website, I would probably recommend Visual Studio Code instead. Because this is primarily for like desktop apps and some, I mean, it does some web stuff, but it's like Blazor web server. Visual Studio Code is a lot more lightweight and doesn't take forever. You're on Linux? Okay. If you're on Linux, you don't have access to Visual Studio. It's not available. Visual Studio Code is, but the full Visual Studio isn't available on Linux. Windows only. I mean, Visual Studio Code is still good. Potato ThinkPad can't handle it. Yeah. I mean, Visual Studio Code should be pretty light, but even if you can't use Visual Studio Code, like any text editor is all you need. Visual Studio Code is just nice because it'll do autocomplete if you're typing a name of a variable. All right. Oh yeah, I was gonna see what else it listens. It doesn't have any inputs. Wait, it doesn't subscribe to model chain. Oh no, it does. I'm blind as shit. How long have I been programming? Since 2014. For the clankers, yes. Pre-clanker era. I forgot that the WebSocket's name is WS Freaky Cinema. You can't interact with VTube Studio from the messaging system. It's only through script provider. Only 3. A lot less fully featured than I thought it would be, actually. I could expose a move camera, actually. You rely too much on AI and you're an IT student, you suck at coding too much? Yeah, the problem is what the AI companies are doing, right, is they are getting everybody dependent on AI. And then once there's no skilled workers left, they're gonna jack up the prices, and then nobody will be able to do anything because everybody's gonna have to pay exorbitant prices for their AI subscription. Yeah. Are the classes having you use AI? That's wild. When I was going through school, because I got out on like the kind of upturn of AI, and if you used AI, they would just suspend you. They'd get rid of you. think Stack Overflow used to be a thing? What the hell do you mean used to? It is still a thing. Everybody uses it. Stack Overflow is like the or not double. It's like the biggest place that people go to get help. It's also funny that yeah, but I don't know anyone, even my professors use AI instead of Stack Overflow. I mean, to be fair, the AI is probably nicer than Stack Overflow. Stack Overflow, I remember there was like a community post where like one of the admins of the site was like, "You guys need to stop being such a dick." Everybody on Stack Overflow is so like elitist and high and mighty. But the problem is once you depend on AI, you're not really doing anything anymore. And once you're not doing anything anymore, is there any point? How do I stop depending on it though when you get stuck with something? How, when you get stuck on something, how do I do it myself? So the thing is, there's a difference between using it and depending on it. Depending on it is having the AI write the code for you, right? So, like, if I were to just go to ChatGPT and be like, "Hey, make an entire Lua API," that would be depending on it. Using it is whenever you can't figure out how to do something, you go into ChatGPT and you go, "Okay, here's the deal." And you don't take its code directly, you take the knowledge of the solution and try to build it. Because the problem is once you start just copying and pasting the code, you're not programming anymore. Now, there are some people who would probably contest that, and I would call them AI bros. But it's also worth noting that some people are really shit at writing documentation, and sometimes the AI is better at figuring out what they mean than they do. After all, I don't think that there's a single programmer who likes writing documentation. It's the most boring part where you're not doing anything fun. Just telling people how to use it. And then also when you change the program, you have to update the documentation. So it's just more maintenance surface. But it's very important. If somebody doesn't know how to use your app is still useless. These vintage float. Um, but yeah, there's no shame in looking something up because you're not going to know everything, right? But I feel like some people request or they rely on it too much, and it can be difficult to break that. What is what do you struggle with the most in programming? Out of curiosity. But can't I? Yeah, I could do a time in seconds. BTS move model data dot data dot data. Cinema. I can do basics easily, but making something from scratch I can't, or I get overwhelmed and give up. So if I follow a YouTube tutorial, I can do it easily. But after finishing a tutorial or whatnot, my mind is blank. Yeah. Then I rely on AI after. Yeah. It's really just a planning thing. Um, when you have big projects. So like, can you give me an example of like a project you were working on? Hmm. How do I do this if I don't want to? I think this might work. Very possibly, maybe. Actually, I need to put um on success. I don't care. On error, should probably log. I think it logs automatically. Uh, hold on. So yeah, slight thing. You can't say Python or JavaScript here. I always forget about that. So an RPG game or Python gambling gotcha mechanic. How exactly do you plan that when you don't know where to start or what to use? So RPG is a rough project. As someone who had an RPG Discord bot as one of the commissions I've done, it is a lot more work than you would expect. So with RPGs, the thing is that there's a lot of breadth. There's a lot to do, and it is a very large project. Um, what I would start with is building up entities. So, what is like the players, the enemies that you're going to be fighting? You need to build up inventories and item system because obviously every RPG has, potions you can use to restore 50 health or whatever. Um, so you need to make I would start with the players and enemies because whatever stats you assign to them are going to determine what items you create, right? Does your world have magic, right? Do you need to have a mana stat? Because if you don't, you probably don't need mana potions or like wands, right? Um, so it's important to come up with like the what can you play with items? And then another thing that's really important for RPGs is a scripting language. You need to have an embedded scripting language. Because if you're hard coding all of this, it's going to be really difficult to like deal with the complexity of having it hard coded. So what I did was I embedded Lua, because Lua is pretty easy to embed in things. It's very lightweight. It's pretty extensible, and it has bindings for a lot of languages. It's also like really old, so like a lot of things support it. Like currently, right now, right, the thing that I was showing you right here, this is a Lua API for my streaming tool, where you can write this in the script editor and it will do it. That's just like a thing you can do. I need to make all of these nullable. Oh, we'll do that in a second. But yeah, it's about the first thing you should do when undertaking a large project is figure out the what. What are you doing first, right? What like probably take a couple days without writing any code at all and determine what you need to write. My first mistake was being overconfident of making something from scratch, art, music, etc., and didn't know that there's so many things to do. Tried to do it in one day and stopped because there's too much to do. Yeah. When you take on a large project, expect it to take weeks to months. It's gonna take a while. Like programming is a very patient like endeavor. You have to be very patient. Because if you try to rush something out, you'll get there. It's just not going to work very well, and it's going to crash a lot, and then it's going to use a ton of memory, and it's going to use a bunch of disk space, and maybe it burns your processor up or something with how much it's blasting the threads. You can make an app that works. It's difficult to make an app that works well. That's where it starts to be more problematic. That can happen? No, not not anymore. There are thermal limits on CPUs and stuff. But what I'm getting at is if you take the shortest route, you'll end up with a shit app. And that's why a lot of the times you'll see games don't get like updated for very long, is because it is usually that they took a bunch of short paths and now it is incredibly difficult to continue developing the game. The time of the camera. The amount of time this move should take. There are limits. I don't remember what they are. I think the maximum for move camera is 2 seconds. I need to look it up. VTube Studio API. API is kind of trash. At least I'm not super happy with it. Where is move model? Moving the currently loaded VTS model. Here we go. So the rotation is negative 360 to 360. The amount of time in seconds is 0 to, I want to say it's 2. I'm gonna say 2. But yeah, it's about planning, really. It's if you plan, you'll have a much better time, really. What is the scale limit? Size is between -100 and 100. Yeah, time in seconds is 0 to 2. How do you avoid being burnt out in programming or coding? I see too many people ended up burning out even though it started as fun. The thing that gets you to burn out is whenever you force yourself to do it for too long. Have side projects that you want to work on. Like, if you have an idea for a program, just spend some time fucking around with it. If you spend, tens of hours grinding away on the same program over and over again, you're gonna stop wanting to make it. I think that's another reason that a lot of people don't end up finishing their projects, is that you have to be careful with how you spend time on it. And another thing I like to do is if I'm stuck, I'll just stop developing it until I have an idea. Um, there's something I was gonna say, I forgot it. Huh. Oh, another reason that I think a lot of people burn out is because there's this devious rule called the 90-10 rule in programming. You can do 90% of the work with 10% of the effort, but that last 10% of the work will take 90% of the effort. It's really easy to get a wide spread of things done, but then there's always something that ends up being very difficult to bring into alignment. And that will always take the 90% of the work. And I think that a lot of people get there and then give up. It's really difficult to continue and do that. But to avoid burnout, you have to be interested in the things you're developing. Um, like for example, Coalescence. I've been working on Coalescence for a year, and I'm not burnt out because I am actively using this application. Like this is literally the app running the captions on the bottom of the screen. I'm still not visible. I forgot to click show VTube Studio. Oopsies. Um, yeah, like my entire stream is conflated with this app. I'm planning to release it commercially very soon actually. This is part of the final steps for 0.9 release. Um, but like I have so many things that I have implemented into Coalescence because I am interested. Holy shit. 93 people have tuned into the YouTube stream. That is a lot of people. Damn. Um, that's higher numbers than I've ever seen. Um, Interesting. I wonder if oh, okay. I always get worried that people aren't going to see anything, or I'm not going to see chat messages because I forget to go to live chat instead of top chat. I mean, live chat probably, or top chat probably just filters out everybody who calls me slurs. Um, it happens periodically. Primarily when I'm playing Furry Battlefield, but that's neither here nor there. Um, I was saying something I forgot. Sorry, I have like wacky ADHD. At least I think I have ADHD. It's self-diagnosis. I can't afford to get like actually diagnosed. Oh yeah, we're talking about the 80 or the 90-10 rule. But yeah, 90% of the work is easy. 10% of it is fucking ass blastingly hard, and it's difficult to get through that. But if you do, then you have a cool thing. That's the other thing about programming that I like so much, is that once you've done it, you don't have to do it again. You build a tool, and now you can use that tool in the future. And you may not realize it, but things have a tendency to come up in the weirdest of places. Um, like I had an inquiry for a game engine that I ended up refusing, but it was primarily based on like animation and stuff. And I actually have an app that I did back in like 2020 that was about animation. It was about typographical animation. And I don't seem to have the code, probably because I've put it into the real world tied projects folder. Um which is never to see the light of day, unfortunately, but um it was an interesting project. I mean, I probably could bring it back, but it is, I mean, right now I have no use for it. But like that was a project I did, and then it came back that hey, this might be related to a project I could have. And then what you do, have you gone to uni? Yeah, I have a bachelor's in computer science. Um, but what you can do is you can just yoink your code, just steal your own code, yoink that shit, fix it up a little bit for what you're doing, and you've done 90% of the work with 7% of the effort. That's how it goes. You start realizing, "Oh, I've already done this, and I can just adapt it for the new thing." Yeah. Wonder what other things I have. Does this have my name on it? Hold on. Casually checks. Oh, this is the weird copy of it. Um, right. Why was I doing that? I had a thing I was gonna show, but it doesn't work because I was halfway through converting it to work on a different platform. It won't work, unfortunately. Um, but yeah, and then like there's a lot of things you can do where you're not making a full app. Like for example, right? I'm making a tabletop RPG called Burdened, and one of the fun things is I'm trying to do probability analysis, right? So I made an app to do it. I have an app that will test whether or not the probability makes any sense. So I can yoink all of this code, open C# interactive, paste it in, and run deathsavingthrows.test, and it'll tell me just how likely you are. This specific thing is death saving throws. So like how likely you are to die once you're incapacitated. I think I'd set the the amount of rounds to be really high though. It's 10 million. I should probably not use 10 million. um, sorry, is there still 6 zeros? It was 100 million? What the fuck am I doing? Um, all right. Um, anyway, so now that we're using a significantly more sensible number of rounds, you can see with different stats how likely you are to survive. So just left to your devices, you've got a 39% chance. Um, but like this is one of those things where once you have an understanding of how to program, you could just make a thing. And it's not great. It could probably be significantly faster, but here's the other major thing about programming, right? And if you take nothing away from this conversation, take this away. Right? I'm going to the address because it's that important. That's right. I'm not the right. Hold on, the window size isn't right. I still need to make something to do this for me. Very annoying. VTube Studio, shame on you for changing the window size. If you take nothing else away but this, well, this is the important bit. First order of business when you're creating an application is get it to work, right? And then the second order of business is to make it work well. Get something working and then make it work better. Even the most atrocious shit is fine because you can fix that later. But also be aware that no code is more permanent than temporary code. Because once it works, you will forget about it and not fix it. So keep a record of where things are a little bit wacky. Those are the important ones. Make it work, then make it work well. Also keep a record of where you're hacking, essentially. What a lot of people will do, right, is if you have some absolutely diabolical code. Yeah, if you have some diabolical code that is just atrocious, what people like to do is they will put / hack in all caps. Right? And what that means is if you go into your IDE and you go to find, you type in the word hack, and then you can go find all, and this will tell you every single place you've done something atrocious. So when you're cleaning things up, this is where you go. But like the major things are just don't stress about it too much. Cuz like programming is you know how Edison, when he was inventing the light bulb, said he found 10,000 ways it doesn't work? That's kind of what programming is. I think there's stories where I heard about games being badly coded, but it still works. Yandere Simulator or Undertale, which is really insane because it works well, except for maybe Yandere Simulator. Yeah, I mean, like, I think, wasn't it that Toby Fox didn't know how to program before he made Undertale? Because he was a musician, wasn't he? Yeah. So it looks like all of the dialogue is in if else statements and not even like data files. Um, which is absolutely insane, but that works. It works. I would never want to be the quality tester though, because that would be insane. um, Also apparently he wanted the game to literally delete itself, but he didn't know how to do it, so he didn't. But also, like, the other thing is like, even if the code is atrocious, if nobody else is to maintain or view that code, it doesn't matter. If it works, Even if it is the most vile shit, it doesn't matter if nobody else has to deal with it. A lot of the reason that we have code style guidelines is to make it easy for people to work with you. But if nobody has to deal with the result of your decisions, then it doesn't matter. I mean, I could show you some shit code. I got some shit code loaded. Want to see atrocious shit? Look no further than compileutils.header, where I have this absolute insane garbage. Is it good? No. Does it work? Yes. Do I care that it's bad? A little bit. I think there's a um maybe not. Oh, do not look at this implementation. I am ashamed. But yeah, there's a lot of weird shit. It works. The engine works perfectly fine somehow, but it is atrocious. As someone who's been in tech for a long time, how exactly do you decide on what to specialize in? Don't really know what to specialize in. Do you follow what you find fun or follow the money? I don't really specialize in anything. Um, I kind of just use what I need. If it makes sense for the project to be a web app, it'll be a web app. If it makes sense for it to be a desktop app, it'll be a desktop app. Um, I think that specializing in something kind of creates holes in your ability. Um, and I think that the best way to learn is to just do it. Even if your first project in a new technology is atrocious and awful and garbage, if you're aware of that, then you've succeeded because you know it's bad. Therefore, you'll have more knowledge on how to do it better next time. After all, the atrocious engine this code that I just showed you is literally this is my first attempt at making a game engine. It works. Is it the best way I could have done it? Probably not. But doesn't mean I'm just gonna delete it and say, all right, we're good. You know? There's a lot I can do there. I could show you the game. Not a whole lot to it. It was abandoned like a year and a half ago now. I ran out of money to develop it. There's a lot of things. I mean, I could do the sprite art myself, but I'm really bad at art, and I'm a perfectionist, so I've got some issues. Um, so I can show you. This is the engine dependent game. The engine didn't build. But um, okay. I almost hit rebuild, but with this engine, that takes a lot longer. What is up with this? Did they rename it? I haven't changed the toolchain. Why is it broken? Luckily for me, this is like the only place that files are directly opened. I did see another error though, so there's some issues. Oh, I have OpenGL loaded. That's why there's errors. Yep. I have OpenGL loaded, and that's why there's problems. What's exactly the reason behind on why you wanted to make this? Is it lore? Yes. So the character I am appearing as right now, Eseria, has a story to her. Um, Actually, she might be the most defined character in the entire project, despite not even being a main character. Um, it's just that I had to do a lot of work around her to make the game make sense. But essentially, the game's premise is you are sent by the goddess of life, Orielfen, to deal with this guy, this cat man in the catacombs, who is doing essentially necromancy. So you have to go and kill him. And that was the premise of the game. Um, the assets don't match because it was originally going to be a different game that I can't get into because that's spoil for the thing that I'm going to release later this year, hopefully. Um, Here is this. I have all of the debug information on for some reason. Um, but yeah, there's a fountain of dying. I forgot about the Peter Griffin. So stupid. um, but yeah, this has all of the debug information, so you can see inactive region means that there's no level data there, or rather, the level data is all air, and therefore no image is rendered here. But you can see right here, like this is for some reason there's two addresses there, which is weird. But or maybe it's switching every frame. I don't know. But oh, do I have caching turned off? Um, no. I have caching on. The cache hit rate is 99%. Why is it showing two addresses? That's weird. Um, but this is the size of the image right here. So this is 48 kilobytes. It's 128 by 96. It's being rendered at 4 times scale, I believe. Or maybe it's 8 times scale. I can't remember. But it is this region here. So there's a bunch of like level renderer shenanigans I did to save memory and processing power. So like this one, you can see this blue line means the active region starts at a different tile. So here is an 80 by 16 run of tiles. It could probably be less if I just reused this image and like drew it many times. Um, but we're not that crazy, not quite yet. Um, but yeah, and then there is stuff like the tile editor. So I can edit these tiles. So I can draw a little happy face. Okay, draw a little happy face, ideally in a visible color. And now if I load new tiles, they all have happy faces. One of the premises of my engine is that I wanted there to be the ability to modify the game while it's running and save those changes. So it's an engine plus editor. And the idea is that theoretically, you should never need to leave the game to develop your game. Now, there's some practical limitations to that, primarily that this player class wouldn't exist from a base install, but to an extent, you should be able to build your game inside the game, was the idea. And you're by no means prohibited from using external tools if you want. Um, yeah, you can see I can press save atlas, which would save this change, but I don't actually want there to be. a happy face on every block. So I'm not going to do that. Um, but I can also do. I think the tile editor also allows me to start placing these. Uh, I didn't select a tile. Anyway, the tile editor allows me to start placing these. Yeah, that is an engine crash, by the way. So you can see I'm now placing tiles. You can see the level data is being adjusted to match. Weirdly enough, the image is being reallocated even if it is the same. It is something I might need to fix. Can I have dinner? Thank you. Stream is pretty cool. And what time do I stream? I usually stream around 11 p.m. EST. So from around 7 hours ago. And I also do a second segment in the morning. Or well, actually around noon, so 12 p.m. EST. So that's in about 5 hours, but I'm probably not going to be doing it today. EST, yes. US East. We might be in daylight time, actually. I don't know. I don't pay attention to it. I probably should do, but it Oh, yeah. I'll get to that after this stream. Yeah. Thanks for stopping by. I'm just playing around. Wait, it wasn't even visible. Oh, the game's title changed. That's why. There's a couple secret titles. But yeah, here's what it looks like when I'm deleting stuff. Um, oh, weirdly enough, it's deleting the entire level data cache whenever I place a tile, causing it to rewrite the entire thing. Wonder if you can see a noticeable performance dip. Hold on. So, beginning right now, graphics is taking 4 milliseconds. Pretty bad. A lot of it is text. Text is really slow. If I hold down left mouse button, it takes an additional millisecond. Interesting. If I rebuild this for release, this is just a curiosity at this point. I'm being distracted, but I don't give a shit. I reserve the right to be distracted. Okay. Wait, why is the debug flag still on? Did I overwrite it? Yep. There we go. So graphics is now taking 1/4 as long. I open tile editor. Go to place mode. Only 200 microseconds. Maybe it's more like 300. It's not terrible. I do happen to notice it isn't unallocating the bitmaps. I think they will get caught by expiry though. You're not getting caught by expiry? Is expiry not 8 seconds? Cache data is supposed to expire after 8 seconds. Or did I make it a minute? Um, that's strange. That's so strange. Interesting. Curious. Because this means my cache system isn't working. Because images are supposed to be erased from the cache after 8 seconds of not being used. They're constantly being refreshed, which would suggest that the images aren't actually being erased because they're still being used. Which means the longer I hold down my left mouse button, the game should perform worse and worse. But it isn't. Makes me think there's something wrong with the cache. Maybe cleanup is never being called. Hmm. What is this? Wait, what? Does? That's so strange. Yeah, no, there actually is just a memory leak. I don't know where though, because it is actually calling clean caches. It is calling images.cleanup, which should be deleting the data. Being called again. The way it would be though. I don't know. For some reason, it's keeping references to old data, but that's neither here nor there. We have other things to do today. Um, there is something wrong with my type cache. Probably something I broke trying to split uh OpenGL. Might actually call it for today. I've been streaming for at least 8 hours. Um, yeah, I've been streaming for 9 hours and 8 minutes. Um, which is funny because I was super EP at like 1 hour in, and here we are, 8 hours later. Uh, so I might call it here. Everybody, thank you for watching. Hope you enjoyed. If you have a, that's not the right one yet. I was gonna do Discord. Hope you have a great day. I'm going to send my Discord to YouTube chat. I don't think anybody's actually in YouTube chat, but if you are in YouTube chat, you can join my Discord. Um, Cinema. It gives me another Discord link. It's valid. This invite is valid, right? I think it is. Um, but yes, everybody, thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed. I hope you have a great day. We need to find somebody to raid. It's 7 a.m. To be a weird one. Ah, there's this strange guy who's streaming. Hmm. Hmm. There's a strange guy who's streaming that we might raid. But Yes, everybody, our raid message is you are never safe from the uenluom raid. If you're not a subscriber, that's fine. It's just everything except for the emote. We are having our donathon in 4 days, which holy shit, it's 4 days. I should probably put out another round of notifications. I should probably have done that a week ago. Awkward. But yes. I'm hoping to get Coalescence released here within the week. Um, and then also get the model recorder released pretty soon here too. And yeah, I think that's everything. Thanks again for watching, and I will see you next time. Bye.